Thanks for your patience, everybody. Running a little behind today. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to continue looking at the art of Palmer Hayden, and this painting here, Young Girl Reading from 1960, is going to be the subject of today's painting that we are going to attempt to do. I love this painting. I love a lot of his work, but there's something about this painting that just really spoke to me, being a father of a young girl, and who my daughter loves to read. That's basically that, and stomping in puddles are her two favorite things. So when I just saw this painting of this young girl totally absorbed into a book, that, is leaning into it in the same way my daughter does, I was like, I've got to do this painting. I just love it. So, we're going to let's look at the plan of attack today. What we're going to do is we're going to get the image onto the canvas. I just remembered that I didn't print it out. Okay, so I'm going to do that. We're going to take a 2-minute break here while I run and get the printer and print that out. We're going to use we're going to stain it. We're going to not really talk about the artist's biography today because we spent an hour yesterday talking about Palmer Hayden and his background, or Peyton Hedgeman, which is his real name. And if you want to know the story of why that happened, go back and watch yesterday's episode. Then we're going to do back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and we're going to get to the side-by-side comparison probably in another 4.5 hours. This is not a particularly complex painting. It's just a time-consuming painting. To do it in the way that this master did it, it's just going to take us a little bit of time. Okay, so I am going to run and get this printed. My apologies. I should have been on top of it. And there's always one thing I remember that I want to do. And I could sketch this out, but I really like this painting. I want to do a really good job of it, so I'm not going to short myself here. So give me a moment, and my apologies. We'll get started here in about 3 minutes. Okay, thanks for your patience. And just as I was getting started, I realized the chat is huge. Looks like Pascal and Lolly here are having an epic conversation. I haven't even seen anything what you guys are talking about, but it looks busy. Big conversation. Okay, so let's go to our first step here. You know, I knew that there was this exact thing would happen one day when I took the printer upstairs to the office up there. Okay, so now that we've got our image transfer printed, or at least I have done, let me show you where you can find that so that you can print it. You'll notice that there's a link to a Dropbox folder in the description below. You know, at the very top here are the resources for our most beginner paintings, and then we go down, or for like literally how to paint a color wheel, etc. And then we scroll down here. Why is it jumping like that? These next, all the ones that begin with a letter are our most basic. Today's really is not, well, again, just like yesterday's Palmer Hayden painting is a little bit in between this and our more complex ones. And, you know, you can see there's lots and lots of stuff down there to keep you busy. It is not the most organized system, but I didn't expect to be here 68 episodes after I began. I thought maybe 30 episodes we do. So 2.5 years later, I'm still at it. Anyway, so once you've printed, so you'll see that, I'll just show you what this looks like. So there's the original image. Here is the outline for today's painting. Of course, this is the painting we did yesterday, which is right here. Wow, that looks great side by side. I love how this one turned out just as a, let's just take a little bit of a trip down memory lane, right? That's what we did yesterday. So, you know, it took some time to make a painting like Palmer Hayden paints, right? But I think the results are pretty satisfying when you get it done. And even now that I look at it side by side, I feel much better about it today, right? There's, you know, it's not perfect, but it's good enough for government work, as my father used to say, my grandfather used to say. Okay, so once you've got this printed out, what we're going to do is we're going to paint on a 9x12 size canvas board. There is a link to this exact brand in the description below, but check the prices. You don't want to pay more than $2.50 a canvas, I think. So sometimes on Amazon they're $1. They come out to, because you buy them in a pack of like 25. Sometimes they come out to like $1.80 each, and sometimes they come out to like $7.50 each. Don't buy the one; they're really expensive. Amazon, they fluctuate up and down all the time, so just like anything, do your shopping. I used to use the ones from the dollar store all the time because they work pretty well, but they are inferior, they are cheaper and made of inferior materials, and they're probably not archival, so they might start to yellow after a year or two, potentially. And that would be a real bummer if you really made a painting you were really excited about. Spend the extra 75 cents, right? Okay, so here's some carbon transfer paper, although actually this is graphite transfer paper in here. I just put it in the same envelope. And you could see that I've used these many times. Yesterday I threw one out after I finished with it because I'd used it maybe 20-30 times. This one has also gotten lots of love. So I'm going to slide this shiny side down, all right? Okay, and there is a bunch of lines on here, and some people will know that I'm not the biggest fan of rulers. So now that I put that there, I think it would drive me I think part of the reason why I don't like rulers is because when things are crooked, it drives me crazy. So I'd much rather, you know, make it deliberately crooked so that I don't get driven mad, right? So you can see this looks slightly crooked, you know, just the way that it came out of the printer, I guess? I don't know. Ah, that's probably good enough. We can always kind of fix a certain amount of issues as we paint, but you know, if you, it's better just to start with it as accurate as you can get it. It means you got to do less work later on. I wonder if that makes some interesting sounds on the microphone, if that picks up that texture of the pencil going over top of the canvas. I'll take it from here, ruler. Thank you for your help. I'm not going to do all of these lines because some of it, well, all of it's just going to get covered with paint anyway, right? So there's no point in spending all this time making a truly beautiful drawing underneath. As soon as I said that, I knew that the ruler would go, "You're not done with me yet." You know, probably one way to tell how long one of these paintings is going to take me is just how complex the outline is to begin with. And believe it or not, I spend hours and hours and hours and hours going through the books and images online of each artist, trying to find what I would consider to be the easiest painting that we can do that is also like appealing, that somebody might want to spend, you know, 2, 3, 4 hours, or, you know, depending on how busy people are, maybe a week painting. You know, if you only got 20 minutes here or there. So sometimes there are easier paintings by some of these artists, but they're works that I think, you know, might not be particularly appealing, that somebody might not want to have in their home on the wall. So all that pattern on the dress, I'll just paint that. So. Another kind of key is like how small are the faces. Right, so there is a little bit of detail here that's going to take some time. Okay. Just making sure... Oh, there we go. Good enough. Or let me just keep that out there. Okay. So, that looks great. We're all done. Okay. So, let's move on to our next step here. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to stain the canvas, get a little bit of color on here, which is going to imbue it with that extra little je ne sais pas quoi, or je ne sais quoi, right? Not je ne sais pas quoi. Just that gives a little bit of a more professional quality than I think a painting without it might lack. And this technique is called the Imprimatura. And what I'm going to do is my own version of it. I don't think anybody else has ever uses this particular color to do this. So certainly people watching the first time are like, oh, I've never seen that. Yeah, well, I'd never seen it before I started doing it. So traditionally artists would use a brown, like a warm, rusty red color. Often because it literally was the color of the wood panel that artists were painting on 500-600 years ago, which is probably how it began. And then artists started moving to canvas and then started replicating that brown color. But it also has like a very functional use, because especially people who are doing landscapes and portraiture, we could use the Imprimatura as a little bit of the first layer of the skin color or the sky, the grass, etc. So that's what I'm going to do today here. Now I just use the warm yellow, mostly out of convenience because it's faster, and the difference is so minor that most people will never tell the difference. Now, I just squeezed some of this warm yellow out, and if you're wondering what I'm doing here, well, I'm about to use what's called a split primary palette here. 2 reds, 2 yellows, 2 blues. And from that, we can mix our own black. So the brand that I'm using, and I'm not sponsored, not paid, no one gave me any free supplies or anything. This is all just through your donations. That's what keeps this show going on, right? So consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell, and sending a donation. Links are in the description below. I'm about to use this Azo Yellow Deep to do my Imprimatura. Now, you, of course, if you don't have Amsterdam, you could use Golden, Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Dialer Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, but not Museum Color. Sorry, Toronto, but it's the paint that comes out of the big smoke just ain't good enough for us, because we can't make a black out of it, because they put white in all of the colors as a bit of a filler, and it makes, if you try to make a black, you get a gray, which is not so bad, but if you want a black, then you're screwed, right? So what I'm gonna do is add, I'm gonna put all that paint on here in a moment, but let's my water, darn it. Okay, let me get my Okay, so here's just some water. You can see this is a little bit, you know, it's a little foggy because it's a little bit, not hot, but kind of room temperature. That's the way that I like it. And then as it settles in there. Okay, so let's now stir this up. This is the only time I put water in my acrylic paint. Get this going. I just find, I mean, there's, I don't know, probably a dozen reasons why I do this, and I've talked about it at length. But it just, for me, it's just like, wow, okay, beautiful. Like, boom, the painting's started. I don't have to it just feels like I'm further down the line, like I've been teleported, you know, a little bit ahead of everybody else. Now, it does obviously imbue the painting with a bit of this yellow, and if the colors, if there's a little gap between the paint, well, there's a little bit of this yellow that will kind of come through as opposed to white. And there's nothing wrong with white per se, but I would prefer to paint white on my canvas rather than to have it kind of accidentally showing through. I mean, unless I want white to show through. Now, I'd say that obviously the vast majority of painters today, or at least on YouTube, people showing you how to paint don't do anything like this at all. They just start painting right on a white canvas, and that's fine. The Impressionists, some of them also did that. Some of them did not do an Imprimatura either, because they were basically big rebels and they wanted to do exactly the opposite of their teachers, which is kind of the history of art and culture. But I nevertheless think it serves a purpose, and maybe even more than ever for a beginner painter, because it's kind of like covers up your mistakes. It's like putting white out all over a piece of paper before you even start writing, and it's sort of a preemptive fix for any kind of not necessarily mistakes, but just imprecision, I would say. So that's good here. I'm just going to move this out of the way for a moment and just put some of the paint on my palette. So I've already got my warm yellow on here. Let's get some, let's put our cool yellow. Let's go to our reds. I'm gonna have to get that red out of the jar. How come I got so much warm red and no cool red with me? How does that happen? I got like 10 tubes behind me. It's a mystery. It's a mystery how my mind works. I think it's because I tend to use not as much cool red. So probably when I'm buying more paint, I'm like, I probably got lots of that at home. Why would I buy more when I still have a bunch left? And then I forget this exact moment where I'm saying, why don't I, you know, it's like there's two different brains. I leave this one here when I go out, when I leave the house. Okay, so there's our palette. Doesn't it look beautiful? We should just do a painting of a palette one day, right? So let's move to our next step here. Now, usually this is where I spend a little bit of time talking about Palmer, Hayden, or the artist of that we're going to be, whose work we're studying today. But yesterday I spent way too long talking about him because I think he's an interesting person, and just the connections that you know, and people and things that were a part of his life, I just think are super fascinating. So I think today I'm just, and especially because I started half an hour late, let's just move right forward. And I mean, yeah, we'll talk about today's painting as we paint it, right? There's enough stuff to keep me busy for a while. So, oops, no, I want to go to, oh, what's happening here? Well, there, this is interesting. Okay, that's where we want to go. We want to go start with the background first. So we want to put a little bit of color right in the background. And so probably this is where we're going to spend the next couple of hours, really, probably. Because when I say background for this painting, what I really mean is almost everything except the girl, right? So maybe, yeah. Maybe the table might be part of the foreground. I mean, technically it is part of the foreground. I'm just thinking how I'll approach the painting. So let's, one of these tubes of paint just went like an exhale, like, I'm going to hit this with the... So, you know, that's what's satisfying about using a little bit of white in the paint is, you know, I could hit this with the blow dryer and within like 10 seconds it's bone dry. If I had just painted this yellow right out of the tube here, first of all, it would be much darker, and it would also take, you know, maybe a minute with the blow dryer to make that dry. So the purpose is really just to stain the canvas, and that's why the water works particularly well, because there's plaster basically that we're painting into, and which absorbs water very, very well, and helps, and the water helps that pigment soak into the plaster. So okay, let's just look how we want to do this. Now, of course, we're going to be using our cool colors in the background and warm colors in the foreground. I mean, your guess is as good as mine where we should start. I typically kind of work left to right. I just think maybe I might go right to the... I'm going to start with my cool blue, just because there's a lot of that, and then I can add red to it to make the purples. So let's start there. So let's take our white and let's take blue. How much blue do we need? Oh, sorry. So, you know, I like to take a little bit of color and just see how this works. Okay. I am just going to add a little bit of matte medium in here. Matte medium is just basically what's in all of these acrylic paints except the color. So it's just pure paint without any pigment. And just doing that is going to just make the color a little bit more transparent. Because when I look at that, I see there's, you know, almost a little bit of his Imprimatura here, which looks like he might be a yellow or some kind of brown under here. I can't quite tell, but that under here is kind of looks like there's a bit of yellowness under there. Now, like, he could have painted that over top of it anyway, but Okay. So maybe let's put these side by side. Oh, that's much lighter than expected. That's okay, so let's just take a little bit more blue. You know, that is still lighter, but I'm going to use it just to start. And if I want to darken it, I can darken it later pretty easily. Yeah, that is very dark, or very light, isn't it? Looks on the mirror. Anyway, okay. Let's darken this even more. Okay. Notice how I'm using a pretty big brush for all of this. This is just helps. I always like using a big brush to start a painting because it's harder for me to get into the details, so therefore I can't get the details. And if I can't get the details, then I have to continue working larger. Okay. And I also don't mind, I kind of deliberately paint over top of my pencil lines, which means that maybe a little bit, then I don't have to worry about that gap between the colors. Okay, now let's take even more blue. Let's see, is that going to be dark enough? I don't think so. The one thing I'm always a little bit worried about is because I have the brightness up pretty high, or the dynamic range for you cinemaphiles out there, up pretty high so that things look, you know, you can see what I'm doing in the darker areas of my paintings. So often what you see me doing is often a little bit lighter. It's actually darker in person, so I'm always a little bit reluctant to, I always have to just remind myself, don't go too dark, Michael, in your own painting. Otherwise, this painting is going to be, you know, imperceptible. It's just going to be so full of darker colors. But I think that's pretty good. So we got that. Now I'm going to take this same color. Let's do this right here. I'm going to take my cool red. Mix this into a purple. So I'm painting also, there's a significant amount of paint on my brush, which also makes a big difference. It makes it a lot easier to paint when you've got lots of paint on your brush. And it will help fill in the gaps, the weave of the canvas. Okay. Any more purple? Okay, so now I'm going to move to this lighter purple here. I think it's interesting just to note too that this is a little bit different way of painting than we did yesterday. You know, yesterday when we painted his hammer in his hand by Palmer Hayden, we used much thinner paints with lots of glazing medium and matte medium to make that really semi-transparent look, so that we can have all of these colors layering and creating a new color optically mixing those colors. This painting was made 15 years later. So that previous painting was made in between 1944 to 47 as part of that John Henry series. This painting is made in 1960. So art, just like anybody else, people change, right? And so Palmer Hayden is also kind of obviously painting with a lot thicker paint for this one. And which is, it's helpful for us. It makes things just a little bit easier. Okay, that's good. I think I'm going to take this and we're just going to add again maybe even more white to this. So I'm doing this sort of little kind of stuttery brush work here because it helps get the paint into the weave of the canvas. You know, I have put an extra layer of gesso in here to help, and then sanded it down before I began today's episode. So that definitely makes things smoother. But, you know, there's a little bit of a jittery brush also kind of helps too. Okay. What else? Anything else that needs a... I'm going to take this same color. I'm going to put this on the windowsill here. Okay, I used up all my purples. And that's, I could also paint over top of this, but sometimes, again, it's a little, once we've got a bit of paint on there, it makes subsequent layers of paint so much easier. Okay, I think that's good. So let's just wipe off this excess paint. And let's do the, which one should we do? Let's do the windows, because we can use some cool yellow. So we'll take some of this white and cool yellow. And you notice, like, I'm not too worried about it being a little bit sloppy and kind of sometimes going over those edges, because he's also doing a little bit of outlining and painting over top of those edges, which just makes our lives a lot easier. I know this is a painting here. I'm going to put this here as well. This is like the Imprimatura for this painting in the background. Do the same for this window. I think I want to do the should we do the ground here next? I think, right? So let's take our cool blue, mix that into here. A bit more of that. A little bit of white. Let's see. That's pretty good. And sometimes I like just putting a bit of that on my edges. It's interesting, like, just thinking about how his style kind of changed, or not his style, but his method, his painting technique changed over the course of 15 years. You can see that this method is a little faster than doing those slow layering of colors. And I'm sure that that was a big consideration, you know. I think as, you know, when you're maybe first beginning as an artist, you might be happy taking lots of time, and then you start maybe selling, if you're lucky, a little bit of art, and then, you know, demand starts to go up, and you can only do so much, you know. So you're like, how can I make these a little bit faster? And maybe if I don't use that more traditional way of painting, and he's probably looking at, he's got friends who are cranking paintings out, and he's like, man, I gotta rethink the way I do things here. It's not gonna work for me if takes me a month to make one painting. It'd be great if I could make one painting every day. Now this is lighter, obviously, than the original in places, right? So there's this same color is down here in the bottom, but there is the darker shadow. So we'll get that as we go. Remember, this is still just our first pass on the background. Okay, now that that is established, and again, you can see it's pretty rough, right? There's lots of areas where I was a little bit sloppy, but I don't care because I'm going to be doing some outlining around those things. So now, I was going to do well, let's do a cool brown, and we can always turn it into a warmer brown later. So I'm going to take some of my cool red, that's pretty close. Yeah, it's not maybe as warm as I would like it to be. Because these are all three cool colors. So it's not surprising that's not very warm. Let's just jump down to a smaller brush. let's take a bit more of this color here. Make a different brown. We'll get that in a moment. Let's take this color and add a significant amount of white to it. I don't know, this is not technically the right color for this little area down here. I'm going to paint it in there nevertheless. Maybe I'll take my lighter green, or my lighter brown that I was just using earlier for down here. I'm just going to brush it in. What's supposed to be red? That's okay. So that when I paint, because this is, it looks kind of like this is sort of what he did in this area, that there's obviously this kind of black here, but underneath it is a bit more brown. Now, I don't know if that's his kind of Imprimatura coming through there, or he painted it brown and then decided to darken it later on. Like, for me, that's super satisfying, being able to look at that and think, okay, majority of the painting's painted in here already. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just going to quickly blow dry that, and then I'm just going to do the little touch up that floor quickly. Let's take... And, you know, I've probably said this kind of stuff before, but, you know, I don't really care at this stage how close my colors are to the original. It's just, for me, I want to get as much of the canvas filled in as possible, and then I can start making some judgments as to what's working and not working. Okay. So now my question in my mind is, now that I've got the background, essentially the first pass of it done, do I want to start going into the foreground and start painting the girl and the bench, or do I want to do, you know, refine the background a little bit more? And so so there's, and neither way is necessarily better or faster. I guess there's two schools of thought on this. One would be, if we paint the girl in and get some colors in place, that's going to help us see the background more clearly, and quote-unquote how accurate the colors are in the background, if that's important to you, right? If getting the colors exactly right is important, then that might be helpful. Just getting this in, then we get rid of some of this yellow, and then we'll be able to more clearly see those colors. The opposite side of things is, by really getting a little bit more done in the background, we can then just focus on the foreground afterwards and paint over top of any kind of areas in the background with the final version of the foreground colors, and that will overlap these and make kind of a nice seamless kind of puzzle piece look. So I think personally, I'd rather do another little pass on the background. In fact, I might let's do this. Okay, so rather than jumping right to the foreground, I'm going to go back over top of the background and maybe not finish it, but get a little bit closer, start adding maybe some shadows in here, and I think that would be very satisfying. Maybe, and then that way I can leave maybe some of the patterning on the curtains, and I can save that to maybe a third pass later on when I've got the figure in place. Okay, so let's just look here. What are the major things that need to be done? Let's look at that. I was going to say this might need to be a different color, but that's actually pretty close. Maybe let's take a bit more of this cool red, cool yellow. So this is just going to take this brown, maybe make it just a little bit less dark. Yeah, just a little bit more reddish brown. Okay. That's a little bit nicer. I think before it was just a little bit too dark. And part of what I like about this painting is those brighter colors, so I feel better about that. Let's take the same color. Okay. Cool. Now let's mix this color again there. It's just much more of a yellow brown. A little bit lighter colors I think are also going to contrast well with the darker part of this bench or table, or I don't know what you'd call that little thing. Just brown like that. It's getting a little bit darker. Should just let this dry and keep pulling paint off. Okay. Now just a little area here. Now, what should we do? Let's go to the, should we do this blue up here? And then the carpet, perhaps? So now let's look at these green, or well, sorry, let's do the blue. Let's do that is a little bit of a both. I think that's a combination of two different blues here. I think we've got our cool blue. And I guess there's a bit of white. You know what? I think it's maybe it's I was gonna put some warmer blue in there, but let's put a bit of warmer blue in there. Paint just goes on so much easier. Once you've got an initial layer of paint in there, it just glides right over top. Which is the whole purpose of doing the Imprimatura, because then you've got a little bit more of a smoother surface to paint on if you've prepped it like that. Still maybe not quite as dark as he painted, but I think that could be a little bit of thing we could do with glazing later on. So I think I'm going to leave that like that. So maybe now I'm going to go back into my yellow here. You know what? I think I was closer the first time, so let's just wipe that off. Okay. No shame in recognizing that that color that's on the brush is not the right one that you want to use. I think I'm going to put a little bit of warmer greens in there instead. So let's take our warm yellow, warm blue. Now that's also not the right color, is it? There's a little bit of it. Oh, wiping that away was kind of works well. What if we take some of this cool yellow, put a little bit of cool blue in here. I think I'm on to it. Not really the right choice. But I'm going to brush this on. Actually, you know what? I kind of like that look. Now that it's on there, might not be exactly the right color he's using. And then I'm just going to take a rag and just wipe some of this away. Let's get some water on here. I kind of liked that color though. I think I'm gonna blow dry this, and I might put a bit of that color back again. Lisa says, I liked it. Yeah, I agree. I kind of liked... Yeah, let's put it back in there. So my cool blue and cool yellow. Or sorry, this is my cool blue and warm yellow. it is a bit more, you know, it's definitely much more of like a primary green, whereas his is more of a teal. I don't mind it. It's definitely different. That's one of those things. Sometimes you put the color in and it's not the right color, quote unquote, but you kind of go, you know what? I kind of like how that looks. If anything, accentuates the kind of youthful, childlike kind of quality. We often associate those primary bright colors with kind of child, like like kids' toys and things. So I'm gonna keep that. I think we'll see. I can always change my mind. Maybe while this is drying, and it definitely looks pretty like, ooh, what's going on there? That's okay. Don't worry. We're still gonna. This is one reason why I wanted to paint the background more, is because it gives me that freedom to be kind of sloppy over top of the foreground, and then I can layer this over top, over top of the kind of what I've done. So maybe it might be nice to go back with some purples now and do a little bit of this painting back over here. So let's take our cool red and our cool blue, make it purple. We're going to add some white in there, not as light as it was before. Is that too dark? Might be just a little bit more white. You got to be careful when you're adding white to any color, because it makes a big difference very quickly, especially your darker colors. It lightens them up. Okay, now how do I want to do this? We've got, it's pushing, it's still a little bit too dark, so let's Okay. These little stripes in here. I just realized I did that backwards, didn't I? Well, we'll just leave that as a little Easter egg. People will be like, what is the difference between these two paintings? There's a difference. Now, he has painted that blue under there. I'm just going to use the same color here. Ah, it's not even on camera. How about let's zoom in. Now, I don't mind that this is not, you know, we're looking at it, it's pretty close up, so it looks especially sloppy. And it is a little bit sloppy in person as well. I don't mind that so much. If I really want, I can just go back and paint those lines in, no problem, and it'll look great. In fact, I might do that. Let's do it right now. Why not? Let's just take a little bit of this white. And I am going to put a bit of matte medium. Part of the reason why this looked a little bit kind of patchy is that the paint was kind of seizing up and starting to dry a bit. Now remember, this is clear. It looks like it's white, but it's clear. So it can be a little deceptive. Okay, so this is what happens when you paint this paint wet into wet. Let's add a little bit more white to it. Noticing that looked a little bit crooked anyway. Okay, I mean, it's a little different. I think we'll see later on. I'll just move on from that area, but I don't mind it like that. It's a different kind of look than having just than painting and leaving area behind it showing through, but that's okay. Now, I'm just thinking about the other purples here. Let's go to that area. Oh, what's going on here? Not sure how I got that magnifying glass. I've never seen that before. Interesting to say the least. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit more of this matte medium, just bring it into my darker color there. Where should we start? line's a little bit dark and kind of a little bit sloppy. That's okay. Don't be too hard on yourself. And I say that to myself. So I'm just eyeballing this. I don't know exactly those lines. I didn't even trace them onto the canvas. Right, so they don't have to be perfectly placed. If you've got more or less of those patterns in the background, that's okay. So I'm just going to go back over the line, not to completely cover it, but just lightening it a little bit. And then what he's done is sort of like the exact opposite, is just taking these colors and just darkening on the next area, right? Basically probably the same color, it just appears much darker on that lighter purple. I mean, this is potentially a job for a Posca pen. It's a little too dark, isn't it? It's okay. This is also like a pretty tough thing to do with a brush. And you can see that he also kind of maybe struggled with it a little bit. Right? Because you're kind of pushing the brush and pulling the brush. In an ideal world, I'd be going slower and I'd be turning the canvas in order to get a better purchase on the surface here. Not sure how it is that this row is smaller than the other ones that I'm doing. That's also one reason why I was contemplating putting those lines in between to start, and I decided, you know what, let's paint the flowers first and then put the lines in, because if I put those lines in and I get too close to those lines, it's going to look kind of sloppy. So and you could see that he, maybe partly because, well, I don't know, you could see how kind of almost impressionist the way that he's pushing the paint into those areas. Reminds much, cleaner, quote unquote, than his. That's would be one way we could kind of deal with this, is just be paint this whole thing in just like we're doing, and then go back in and then just sort of mix it up a little bit. I'm not going to do that just because of time, but it is a possibility of one approach that you could take. I'm going to take my Cool Red, mix it right into my paint here. So that I got a little bit of purple and a little bit of white in here. And let's start with Let's do the other. Man, this is darker, certainly. Makes me a little anxious to... that I might be going a little bit too dark here. And there could have been a little bit more, should have been maybe a bit more white in these paints, but... oh well. Take my purple. And just go back over top of that line. Beautiful. Okay. Now let's see over here. Okay, there's the other side of that curtain. Okay. See Lolly signing off for the night. Good night, Lolly. And there's Nikki there. you know, like the way that I'm sort of painting this, you know, especially up close, it looks a little bit patchy, a little bit sloppy. And don't worry, like we're super close in, and I know that this is often things that you know, when I'm teaching classes, people get really worried about. And remember that no one is ever going to look at your painting as long and spend as much time in front of it as you are. Even like Leonardo da Vinci. I mean, there are people, scholars, who have devoted their lives to studying the Mona Lisa, and even that they have not looked at the Mona Lisa as long as Leonardo da Vinci did. Right? Leonardo worked on that painting on and off for over a decade and was never really happy with it, which is why it's in Paris and not in Italy, because he brought it with him when the King of France invited him to be his sort of like court painter, because he was like, I'm gonna have to bring this stupid thing with me, and I'm gonna finish it once and for all when I get to Paris. That's what I need. I need a little vacation. I'll go to Paris. I'll bring my painting with me. And when he died, it stayed in Paris. Right? Leonardo da Vinci being an Italian artist, and most of the rest of his work remains in Italy, except for a few works which were sold, and you know, there's one in the National Gallery in Washington D.C. and a few scattered around Europe, but if depending on who you believe, one is on a boat owned by an anonymous bidder. I think it's either Saudi prince or a Qatari prince. Either way, very few of those works exist outside of Italy. The Salvator Mundi, sorry, is what I'm talking about. That painting that sold at auction for $500 million a few years ago, that many people dispute as being authentically by Leonardo. No, that's not bad. And it is a little bit slightly different on either side there, right? It is what it is, and I'm not being too worried about it. Now, there are all those little green spots and things on there. I'm going to leave that till later, and then I'm just going to see if that's indeed something I want to spend more time on or not. I don't know. I really don't know. Let's take a bit more of this red, my cool red. Well, I was going to try to make it a little bit different than the background, the curtains, but I think I'm just going to go forward. Ah, it's too dark. Kind of looks like prison bars, and that was pretty sloppy right there. Big wide lines. Michael, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? What's going on? I think I'm gonna have to get some new brushes here soon. These are, you know, I've been painting with them for maybe 100+ episodes, and it might be time to give a new set of brushes a shot here. Now, obviously, I could have wiped that away if I wanted to, but I was a little bit afraid if I did that, I would mess up some other areas. So I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to go to my warm red now. We can touch things up later on. Let's just keep moving forward. That brown. Oh, you know what? I got some of this brown still here. Let's just see if I can scoop a bit of that up. So I just took my cool brown, added a little bit more red to it. Take a little bit of my blue, warm blue. Let's put it right in here. I'll do that with a glaze later. I'll just keep that line there for now. Okay. Let's go to this green back here. Let's take some of our not sure. Oh, sorry, that's not even on the camera. Sorry, I was painting in that little picture there. I'm going to take the same kind of brown that I was using earlier. Oops, it's still too dark. Let's get some more white on there. I think there's some sort of seascape-ish kind of thing going on there. Need some white. And I'm going to probably keep that deliberately pretty crude, which is a bit of a convention of when people paint paintings in paintings. Okay, I think I'm going to mix a black now. So to mix a black, we're going to take, I need some more cool yellow. Okay, let's just move a bit of that. Okay, so take our cool yellow, cool red, or sorry, cool blue, and warm red. Mix that together. I think I'm going to need some more blue. Yeah, it's a little bit on the green side. Well, everything's backwards today. A little bit on the brown side today because I need a little bit more blue. It's going now a little bit green, so then we need more red. There was quite a lot of yellow there to begin with, so. So, but maybe while I was working on that picture, let's just do that real quick. Now, actually, well, yeah, that's not bad. I was going to say maybe I should probably, well, you know what? I should probably put just a dab of white in here, make it a bit more of a gray. Just because it's in the background, and if it's too dark, it's just going to seem like it's floating above her head rather than on that back wall. Yeah, that's better. Now there is a little bit of the yellow showing through here, so there's two things I can do here. One is just to accept the painting as it is, or to expand the frame, and I think I'm just going to expand the frame. Make it a little bit wider. Okay, now I'm going to move on to the mirror on the far side here. And again, I'm going to take my black, give it just a little bit of that white to keep it from getting too far into the foreground. Let's do the same thing with the table. So, you know, definitely this is more gray than his black, right? So it is different. I can always make it darker, and I might, but I want to reserve that for a little bit. I want to, just until I'm sure it needs to go darker. Because it might be fine like that. And, you know, maybe I'll go and add some kind of blue in between some of that. You can see I kind of just simplified a few things, but again, my brain is just not big enough to be able to conceptualize the whole painting all at once. I need to be able to kind of do it in pieces. So let's just look. So, you know, all that kind of sloppiness that I saw earlier, it's kind of gone when I zoom out, right? It's not, unless I'm like looking at it like that, do I see the kind of how crudely painted part of the painting is. Right, and I think that's something that I think a lot of painters, especially beginner painters, really obsess over. Like when I'm teaching classes, I see people who are they're at their wits' end because their painting looks like mine, and I'm just like, are you kidding me? It looks fantastic. No, it's so bad. Oh, it's so awful. Ugh. Oh, I don't know. I think I just might just go home. I don't. Like, what are you? It looks fantastic. Yeah, but look at it. Look how sloppy it looks. It's like, yeah, and look how sloppy virtually every painting ever made by any human throughout the entirety of human history also looks pretty sloppy when you get up close to it. Right? Yeah, maybe some paintings look better from this point of view, but when you get up to it like this, even the Mona Lisa looks pretty sloppy, right? A painting that most people consider to be one of the great paintings of all time. So don't be so hard on yourself. No one is going to be looking at it that closely. Most of the time, people are going to be looking at it from across the room if it's on a bookshelf in your house or in a frame on a wall, right? So it's okay for it to look like that. And also because there's going to be a lot more stuff going on that it's going to distract from that. And I would even say that sometimes that thing that you might consider sloppiness is ultimately sometimes what makes a painting look kind of cool and unique and special. So I know I repeat myself over and over, but I just constantly see that kind of stuff. Nikki's feeling sleepy and is going to go and watch a little bit later. Have a wonderful night, Nikki. Okay, just barreling right ahead here. I'm going to take a little bit of my white and my warm yellow. I'm going to use this for this area on the right-hand side. Let's zoom in. The reason I added a touch of white in here is that way I can clean up. There's a little bit of blue that had overlapped there. So that kind of helps clean this edge up just a little bit. Because if I just paint the yellow right over top of that blue, you're going to still see a lot of that blue underneath, so that white helps cover it up. I guess that he also gets rid of that pencil line, so let's do that too. I'm going to just quickly remix a little bit of my brown that I had. I'll take my cool yellow, cool blue, and cool red. Okay. A little bit more on the gray side, hey? Just put a bit more of the black in there. Okay, I'm just going to blow dry a few things here. Wow, time is flown by. I guess that's, 2.5 hours of painting, man. So I'm taking my white and cool yellow. First of all, I'm just gonna go back in here. And then while that's drying, I want to go blow dry that. It just allows me to clean up what I kind of felt was a bit of a messy area there. Okay. Good. I mean, one of the things you could see is once you can just kind of clean up mistakes fairly easily with acrylic paint, and quite quickly too. That window. Oh, maybe while I'm there, what is going on? The base. Yeah, I'll let that dry. Same thing over here. Maybe over there. I'm just gonna I'll take that color. I'm going to make it a little bit darker still. Okay, let's do the window now. And so this window, let's take our cool red, a little bit of white. And I put a bit of matte medium in there. Just going to thin it out, which is kind of perfect for the window anyway, because we kind of want it to be almost kind of a little bit blown out by the intensity of that sun coming in through the window. I'm going to draw another one here, another one of these vertical lines. Even though it's not on the template or in the original painting, obviously. Just because I got this extra space on my canvas. And it now kind of helps. It would have looked a little bit weird with one window piece there and nothing else. As well, now it mirrors the other window in the background. And so the reason why these are a little bit different is called perspective. If you're interested in learning about perspective, I got a couple episodes on my drawing course that talk about perspective, and I think knowing a little bit about drawing would help your paintings immeasurably. Okay. Oops. So we're getting there. You know, I think I'm ready to move to my well, do I want to do the ground actually? So before I speak too soon, do I want to tackle the carpet again? Now, I guess my question is, how do I feel about just regardless of how the original looks, how do I feel about the way that I've painted it? It looks a little bit different than anything else here, but it is a carpet. I don't know, maybe... Let's put the shadow in, and then we can make a judgment call from there. I mean, Ideally, we would get this and then put the shadow, a finished shadow over top of it, but hey, sometimes it doesn't all go the way we want it to, and let's, what was this? This was my, I think, my warm yellow and cool blue. So let's do that again. Ooh, that's nice. I like that color a lot. And one thing that's been bugging me is the perspective, speaking of perspective, right here. Okay, I think that is going to be something I paint brown over, but you know, I'm going to use this color right here. Oh yeah, that's gorgeous. So this is my, yeah, this is, let's just clean this up. My cool yellow and, or my warm yellow and cool blue. Yep. I mean, that is a green carpet. While I'm here, I think I'm going to fix the floor as well. So let's take our, some more cool yellow. Cool yellow and cool red. A little bit of cool blue. Makes quite the transformation quite quickly, hey? Almost to the point where I did a little bit too much there. Okay. You know what, let's blow dry that real quick. So, what do I need to do? This line... Paula says, Michael, maybe pay more attention to the foreground than the background. People's eyes mostly pay attention to the girls. It's an interesting point. My argument would be, though, that if the background is awkward, then it doesn't matter how good the foreground is. That it's all one cohesive. It should be one entire cohesive thing. That, you know, it's like saying, don't worry about the quality of your hamburger bun. As long as if the burger is delicious, people will forgive a stale hamburger bun. I don't know. I would probably say often it's the hamburger bun that makes the burger, right? If, you know, because you could just put a lot of sauce on that burger. It could be a hockey puck, but if a fresh, good, delicious bun, even though it's not technically the star of the hamburger, if the burger, you know, the burger is perfectly cooked, but the bun is you know, just like a gluten-free bun, then it's just like, ugh, yeah. Right, so I totally understand what you're saying, but I think if we can get this background finished to a point where we're happy with it, then it's like a really solid foundation for the foreground. You know, and you know, it just like in an earthquake recently, if your foundation's not strong, the whole thing collapses, right? So we want to have a, you know, I know it takes a little bit more time, and what I've been working on that for a couple of hours, and haven't started the foreground yet. But if this is good, this will be good. No question about it. But if this is bad, then probably I'll feel less motivated to work on the foreground. So it's, you know, most people would probably stop right here, take a break, and then go and do this maybe at another point. And if they're not happy with the way the background's turned out, then they're probably less likely, they'll be like, yeah, I'm not really feeling it. I don't really, I think I'm just going to start something new, right? So I feel like if I feel happy with my background, then I'll feel really excited about finishing the foreground. But I understand what you're saying for sure. Speaking of which, I think I'm ready to move on to the next step. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with the background here. I think I want to move on to the foreground and start painting the girl and the bench, and that's going to take me another like hour and a half, 2 hours to do that, which is it takes time, but that's quality takes time, doesn't it, right? So there's where we are right now. And let's look at the original and just think about what our next steps will be. Probably my next step is going to mix the brown for her skin tone, because that is kind of in behind a lot of other things. So if I can get that done, then I can paint her skirt, her shoes, all the rest of it, and it'll all start coming together here. So yeah, let's mix a warm brown this time, because we've used a bunch of cool browns elsewhere. So let's use a warm brown for the figure. And let's put that there. Let's take our warm yellow and some warm red. Make an orange. I was just thinking, could I put that there? Now it's still, I want to be a little more red. Now let's take our warm blue. The more blue we put in here, the darker that color is going to get. So you got to be very careful how much blue you put in. You can see I just put like a couple grains of blue in there. We went from a orange to a lighter brown. And that might be pretty good for our first color. So, you know, this is not exactly the color that we'll finish with, but this is what we call like our local color. And you know what? I am going to add just a tad of white into this color, just to get over, to cover up some of the overpainting here. It's not such a problem up here, but I'm just going to use the same color regardless, because I want her legs to match her arms and her face. So if I put a little bit of white in her legs, I'm going to put a bit of it in her arms, hands, etc. That doesn't mean her skin tone has to be lighter. It's just that for this base layer of paint, I want to make sure we're in the same, everything's kind of using the same series of steps here. Okay, well, maybe while that's drying, let's take a bit of the same brown, but let's make it much darker, so we can start on the bench here. Now I'm immediately encountering the fact that it's going to be very similar to the floor. So that probably means I'm going to have to change the floor color again. or this table, one or the other. See, this is the risk of doing all of the background before doing any of the foreground, right? Just like Paula was saying in her great wisdom. I don't know if I've changed the shape of the legs here. I think that's something I'll focus on in a little bit. I'm not too concerned about that at the moment. What else should I do right here? Maybe let's do her socks next. Take some of her warm blue this time and some white. Let's take let's take our, I should have done this earlier, but the warm yellow and a little bit of white. Looks like I need more white in here. Oh, I'm going to use this same color. I can kind of block things out with it. Up here in her hair. Or sorry, not in her hair. Her scarf around her head here. Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay, let's just do that again. Maybe while I'm doing that, let's just quickly do the white on her shoes. So let's take this white. Oh, I forgot to get the book. Oh, and her shirt. Still more stuff with white, isn't there? Okay. Not even on camera. Ugh. Notice her back wasn't quite so weirdly arched. Or not arched, what is it? Slumping? Ah! Okay. So I'm blow dry all that. Okay, what do I want to focus on next? I'm gonna get her socks in here. So let's take our cool blue and white. Before I used warm blue. Wasn't so happy with that result, so now I'm going back to the cool blue. Oh, it's like very electric colors. It's definitely more my style of painting. I'm going to take warm yellow now and paint her dress. So no white anymore in this. This is just the fully saturated warm yellow out of the tube. time is going. Let's take our warm red now. I love how that looks. That's pretty cool. That's a cool painting. It would be interesting to do this in like the style of Matisse and to keep it a little bit more loose than this, but I love how this looks. This will be one of my favorite paintings when we're done. It's going to take a little more time. Let's see, how about... Oh, I forgot that brown. Okay. Let's see, I've got a little bit of this brown still here. Okay. Yeah, let's do the handkerchief in her hair. So that's a kind of orange color. Let's take our warm yellow, a little bit of warm red, make an orange, take some white, just a little bit more red. blow dry this. Okay, so maybe let's tackle her skin again here, and so we've got this. Oh, I guess we need to make more of it. Let's take some of this warmer. I can give you some more warm yellow. Warm yellow and warm red. And take a bit of our warm blue. And the more blue we put in there, the darker it's going to get. I'm also going to put a little bit of glazing fluid in this. So I'm going to use my glazing fluid, and that's just going to thin the paint down a little bit. Makes it a little bit more transparent. Well, you know what? I think maybe I'm just gonna go a little bit darker over her entire face first. Do that on her arms and legs as well. Just because as I was like, you know what? I think my base layer's just not quite dark enough. Just gonna blow dry that. So now that's a bit better, yeah, okay. So let's just take our, I'm gonna make it even darker. Because our base layer was darker too, so we need our, this next little bit to get even darker. So it's taking a softer brush and just buffing that out. So you can see I'm kind of almost using this as a bit of a outlining tool, but then just kind of softening up the inner space inside. I'm just going to move over. So that soft brush just sort of buffs out the glazing fluid, right? Softens those edges. Okay. I'm going to blow dry that. So now let's start getting darker and darker and darker. Let's go right to our black. Put this into our mixture. Let's give her some color on her lips. Take a little bit of white and red. So I'm adding white to start because that will help block out if I have to go into the background. Let that dry. While that's drying, let's take some white and yellow. Okay, what is she reading? She's got a little book there, right? So what is that? That's a warm yellow. Let's take, I like this warm yellow and cool green combo. I got this color on my brush. Let's take some white. Okay. Let's take some red again, warm red. Now my fear is this is going to be a little bit too dark. Okay, let's take, I'm going to take some of my cool red and white. This will give us a bit more of a hot pink. There's a mouse squeaking somewhere, like right near me. Ugh, gross. Yeah. Not my thing. Nice. Not sure many people are into mice either, but I find it highly disturbing. Drives me bonkers. To blow dry that. On the other page, there's a little cat. That is tricky. Let's see how much we can do here. So we got Where did I put that color? So I'm taking my cold blue. Maybe I'm just going to get a little bit of glazing fluid there too. Okay, I'm also going to take more white, get a little bit of that, what I just did, that color. Let's do her earring. So this is just some warm yellow going back over top of that white that I had there earlier. take some more of this white. I'm going to turn this a little bit here. Okay, maybe while I got some weight on my brush, let's just go back to her shoes. Oops. So it's kind of important her socks, or her shoes sort of come up above her socks here, right? Otherwise it will look funny, her socks kind of higher than her shoes. Let's take a bit of brown and white. Let's blow dry a bunch of stuff here. There's Sandkit there. Hi, how are you doing? Let's look at this table. Let's glaze a little bit with some black and dark brown onto the table. More red into this. A little greenish brown. That's a real ugly table, Michael. Ah. Let's take a little bit of white, bring it into our black. Let's put a bit of glazing fluid in here. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of, let's put some warm red. Maybe even let's make that tabletop just a bit lighter. Well, I was planning on actually painting this, like cleaning things up with some brown and green, but it's actually not that bad at this exact moment right here. Maybe I shouldn't speak too soon. Let's see a little bit about this floor carpet, I mean. Okay. How much more do I want to do here is the question. Okay, let's going to make my brown again. Making it a bit more cherry red. Why not? Okay. Since I've used that new floor color over there, I got to bring it over here too. I've painted this floor like 5 or 6 times. Okay. So now, I guess, you know, I could walk away at any point, obviously, but I just sort of ask myself, you know, what more do I really want to do on the painting? Do I want to do the pattern on her skirt? Because that could take me another half hour at least, right? I think I'm going to. It's just something to be, you know, we're just kind of thinking about, and her shadow. I'm just gonna blow dry all of that. Oops. Okay. Let's go to a... Let's take a bit more of that glazing fluid. And actually, let's... I'm just gonna... let's glaze with our black again. A little bit of this black. Actually, let's blow dry all that. Maybe it needs to be just a little bit darker. Blow dry that. And so, yeah, I guess it needs to be just a little bit darker. So I'm just taking the same black that I just went over all these squares with and just going over it again. I'm not adding it, making it any, well, it looks like I'm making it darker, and I am, but I'm not, I didn't add any extra black here. It's just this, just doing a second coat of that same color. And so this is just, again, this is, you know, perfect use of the glaze because I can just go nice and slow, build it up, build it up, build it up until I'm happy with it. And if I think that's good enough, but if I wanted to do another layer, I would do another layer. Now let's take our what was that, warm yellow and white. Need just a little bit more white. How much should we put in here? Let's take white and warm yellow. So I've got to make sure there's white in here, otherwise it's not going to cover up the... Because I'm going to paint right over top of everything I just painted here. Just a little bit of glazing fluid to this yellow. Okay, let's do the carpet next here. So let's take our, let's say, what do? We used a cool yellow, cool blue. Let's make this mixture again. This time we'll put a little bit of black in it. Maybe just a little bit more blue, so it's not just a really like a black. We want a little bit of life and color in there, so it's nice and dark. Let's take our glazing fluid, get some of this excess off. Okay. And how is... Oops. Zoom out. Okay, let's blast that with some... Let's blow dry that again. So I want to take this, I'm going to add just a little bit more black to it. Oops, not that much. And let's go to a smaller brush here. Okay, getting there. Let's just do a little bit more glazing with some black. Let's take that black, let's put it over here. Glazing fluid. It's too dark. Oops, sorry, my big head in the way there. Okay. I think I can walk away from this. It's not quite entirely done, but I feel like maybe do I want to put just a little... I'm going to put a tiny bit of a white glaze on the mirror just to give a little... Okay. So, it took some time, but here we are. We're at the end. Yay! Oh no, what did I do here? I got a little bit of paint on the bottom. Let's just fix that. Okay. Okay. So, thank you for joining me here. Let's take a quick little look at how these paintings turned out. So maybe just quickly before we do that, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. Do me a favor, every once in a while, don't skip the ads. That's one great way to support the channel. Take a photograph of the painting that you've made, upload it to the Facebook group. If you haven't joined the Facebook group, there's a link in the description below. Do that right now. And then if you want to support the channel with a small donation, consider leaving 25 cents via PayPal, or $1, $5, $500. That would be great. Use the super chat function in YouTube. Contact me through my website. You can use my email and send an e-transfer. Contact me through the Facebook group. And once a month, I go through the Facebook group and celebrate all the great stuff you've done on there and offer some feedback on how you might make it even a little bit better. than they already are, which is pretty hard to do because you guys are so awesome. So let's take a look at these two paintings side by side and render a little bit of judgment upon myself here. Okay, so obviously it's a little bit different than the original. I made a few small changes, like in the shadows here, mostly just because as I was painting it, that's just how I felt inspired to do that there. Because the carpet itself is already a little bit different. You know, there's the curtains and stuff are a little bit more simplified than what he did. They kind of look like barbershop poles. I'm not the biggest fan of how that turned out, but it's okay. I'm not going to complain too much or beat myself up about it. Overall, I'm pretty happy. You know, as I was working on it, there was definitely times where I was feeling a little almost despondent, feeling like, oh, I lost the plot. But I always remembered that just keep on working and good things will happen. You just have to stay persistent. So let's zoom in. And, you know, again, it looks a lot more clean and pretty from when we're zoomed out. And then we zoom in, it's kind of might fall apart a little bit. And that's how every great painting behaves, right? So that's the top left. You know, I'm not such a fan of how I did that window. I think it almost looks like bars on the window, a little bit too thick of lines. Not bad. I think the colors are pretty close. The colors on these striped curtains are kind of off, but you know, as I was painting, I was like, yeah, it's okay. Let's just go forward. Maybe I'll just show. I mean, probably what I could have also done is just gone back and cleaned this up with a little bit of purple. Maybe not the exact same purple, which is, you know, you can see what he's done here is not use the same purple. There's a lot of different variations, lots of pinks and blues in there, and he's much more kind of brushy with it too. So, which is kind of similar to his technique throughout this entire period, this latter period of his work here. Let's just look at the window. I added a little bit of, just because his ended. Looking at it now, I could probably have added a lot more white to that window and really brightened it up, made it even more saturated. But close enough, right? Let's go down to the bottom. Not bad. I think we're pretty close. I did make a change with perspective here, just because it, you know, as it was already wonky when I drew it on there, so I wanted to kind of just make it a little bit more, because I knew it was just going to drive me crazy. I've taught perspective many times, and if the perspective was off, I would just tear my hair out thinking about it. So, you know, the table too, I kind of took a little bit of a departure from. I just kind of I was kind of getting frustrated, so I kind of simplified it. Didn't turn out that bad, actually. Maybe we'll take a quick look at her dress. Again, I did a different approach. He painted each little square individually, whereas I was just trying to go as quickly as possible, and that's the method I think was the fastest. He's got actually a lot more white in the legs and in the face and skin tone. I just sort of kept it pretty simple. The shoes too. I guess there was a few little white dashes on those socks, but I'm going to leave it like that. And, you know, this is definitely way more less subtle than the way that he did it, and I could paint that out, but I'm fine with it. Alright, so then let's go back to the girl who's doing the reading. And, you know, I think that's pretty close. Yeah, it's not quite exactly the same, but I think, you know, I I can walk away feeling happy about that. Yeah. I mean, it's what I love about this painting is just the sort of the sweet look of pleasure and just total immersion in that book that girl has, which again just reminds me of my daughter. Just the way that when she's reading, she's just off in a different world, for in the best way possible, right? So, yeah. Okay. Let's zoom back out one last time. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with that. I think it's such a neat paint. I mean, his painting is a really neat painting. It's one of my favorite, obviously. That's why we're doing it. But, oh, man, I'm so happy to have done this. It definitely gave me some fits as we did it, but overall, like, wow, that feels super satisfying. Really cool. Okay, everyone. Thanks again for painting along, and we'll see you guys next week, I think. Yeah, I might do a feedback episode this... I don't want to promise anything, but maybe on Friday. We'll see. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. We'll see you again soon. Talk to you. My brain is gone. Oh, goodness gracious.